What the fuck is that? Stop. Ooh, that's kind of sexy. What the fuck? Alright, hold on. Apparently, it's acting up a little. Oh. Okay. Apparently Twitter updated their like interface or whatever, and it's kind of nice. I like it a lot. Oh yeah. I'm gonna munch on some crackers because I haven't had breakfast. How exciting! We're coming to the end of such a long-winded case. I'm so sad that Susato is gone. Oh fuck, autoplay. I hope I have a partner in this. I mean, it's gotta be Iris, right? I'm still so confused about how we're gonna bring in that previous case. Susato. She's already way off, though. She left at 4 in the morning. There's no chance she's still waiting. Meow. I knew she was gonna be my partner. There's no chance that I wasn't gonna have a partner. I thought she was gonna have Waggy on her the whole time. Oh, hell. You might not live to hear the bad. Alright. The bad news was a weather report? So I hope that Susie made a train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on the way to the port. Alright, yeah, so what's the good news? So it was all just weather. She just cares about the weather. Wait, so did her ship not take off at 4? I thought her ship... Maybe she'll come bursting in. Maybe she'll come rushing in. She's gonna be like, oh, the train took too long. I missed my ship. I'm here anyway. But I think it's just gonna be Iris. And then we'll probably get like Susato's return at the beginning of the second game or in the epilogue of this one. And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be Discharged Divers, Dauntless Do-Gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno? Oh, yeah, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. Are you gonna be on the stand with me? It's like she was still here. The hell am I supposed to do with her paper? Oh, on God, I still have... Still have all this stuff. Okay, let's see. Tiny seasonal last schedule omnibus, Mason Milverton mail. Magnus McGilded, Lord Baragwan's Z's. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness's testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Okay. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. And then this random little picture of him. Alright, nothing hidden in between. There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look, Ministry Mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. She's a genius. What is she gonna do? It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runo? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. And then I guess I should also do this? See what this says. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. How awful. For Ginny, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Divers Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yeah, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps. Protects planet? Ooh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. Is it? Alright, so that was a good thing to have checked. This is a thick-ass thing, dude. The Hound of the Baskervilles. That's right. I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley's forbidden me to publish it. No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title. Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something. Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos. I'm fairly sure that Mr. Holmes is a friend of someone who has that name, too. Alright, well, it doesn't look like there's anything really on this one. We figured out that one and this one. Okay. I, the undersigned, agree to and then this one was the picture and that. Okay. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I can kill. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. It's very kind of you. Oh, yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, what I was wondering is all about Sholmes. I fix him up alright? When Iris looks serious, it's like so scary, because they just didn't model an expression on her at all, so her face is just completely dead. I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Susanna-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today, to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. This is gonna be easy. Ain't no fucking thing about it. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Runo. Ooh, I'm gonna get it. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. Don't even worry about it. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. Great friend. More like boyfriend, am I right? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This charge shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Yet today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess, I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out myself, thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confident tricksters from the tiny islands of the Far East, the Nipponese. Just don't be racist in court. What the fuck, bro? total betrayal. What are you talking about? Is he talking about the newspaper? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zieks. Sir, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's manufacturers. Your lordship is too kind. What did he say? Manufactors? Oh, malefactors. Now, jurors, 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Oh my god, wait, that's the criminal. Former lieutenant in the British Army, don't you know? Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. But could I have? Woman indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Is something wrong, Runo? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you see? So I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zieks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawn shop of Baker Street, was shot from behind and killed instantly. The prosecution presents the photographic print as evidence. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. What the fuck? Hello? I'm trying to get some hand sanitizer. And the thing, the plunger wouldn't go down. Okay, I'm gonna say this right now. I believe that the bullet that he was shot with is not from the gun. I believe that the single bullet from his loaded gun is the one that's lodged in the calendar by the front door. The actual one that he was shot with is, I don't know, from a different gun. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hands the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Nope. Doubt. Iris is so short. I know she's like 10, but god, she can barely see over the thing. The girl's guilty as hell. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of the way she lives. Oh, I just noticed his bottle of wine has a Reaper on it. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious. After their testimonies, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor pan and farm and evidence. Advance, my lord. So we got that, and we got that. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo. I think that's because it has. Alright, let's take a fucking look. This is Mr. Winterbake's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Winterbank used to always keep this gun at hand on his shot counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Okay, so we're just on this again. So I don't think there's anything else here. Now let's check out this floor plan. So they came in here. They were probably hiding in here, right? She shot the one bullet. It, you know, landed there. Then they ran in here, he locked the door behind them, and then they opened the thing and shot him. And she just so happened to be in there. Pop Winterbank, 1 to 1:30 a.m., reporting party. Single bullet wounded upper half of victim's back, no other visible signs of trauma. Instant death from a postero-anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Okay. Oh, the cape is already off. We haven't even started yet. The witnesses are probably the other people that were there. Yeah, these are the people I was chasing. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name's Nash Skullkid. Occupation is, baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skullkid. Occupation's, same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. We're what they call... It's three skulking brothers. Oh. I was like, no way. How'd you know what we're going through? So, the bruv lost contact with him we have, so we're scaring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we come across ya, you very spit out of blood. Ain't they right, Rango? He is, Nash, he is, the very spit of him. So we decided then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call ya. Big bruv sulky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky skulking? That's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson, begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves are they, these three? No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle, and in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say... What an extraordinary coincidence! Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize a pawnbroker, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. No, Your Honor, they murdered him. They did not witness it. They committed it. The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of the crime today. Those of you will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand and keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am of the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describes the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. At BT. Because a skulkin's never skulking. Get out of it. Could you imagine if he actually was their brother? I was walking down Baker Street in small hours and the gas door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, cold blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from a back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. I don't believe it for a goddamn second, because these motherfuckers shot Sholmes. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Bruno? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair on the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies that it is. Yeah, because these motherfuckers shot him. What the hell? The front door of Windibanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Rango? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Salky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true, ain't that right, Ringo? Well, I'm not so sure, Nish. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Salky, my old mucker? Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of a gun trained on the unfortunate victim. That is pure conjecture. Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. We heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, we never took nothing, just left after that nice and quiet. Why didn't you alert the police? You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was bedlam soon as, weren't it? Well, it was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dogs out and Lucy lockets. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left, nice and quietly, you say. That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Place loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. I don't know what the fuck these guys are saying. We are, Nash, we are. Never even put my dogs on me loose lockets. So you'd clearly like us to believe. Come again. As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night. Did you not run into anyone else? And? Did you not fire a gun at that person?
Since alive, they fired a gun, you say?
Boy, me governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway. It was. What a bleeding Nora. Didn't you mention it before? They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a roommate who'd been rushed to hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. The suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder and the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence.
I'd like to examine the gun. Shut the fuck up for a second. There's a Skulkin Brothers gun. Let's take a look at the cylinder. See how many bullets are missing. So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5. Damn it! Well, actually, okay. So... Oh, wait, yeah, fuck. 3 bullets were fired. 3 bullets in total were fired, because one... There's the one in the wall. Unless that is the one that hit Sherlock. Or, sorry, Herlock. There's the bullet in the wall, which might be the same bullet that hit Herlock. And there's the bullet that killed Windibanks. So, 2 to 3 bullets were fired. I mean... I'm trying to piece this together. So let's see. It's possible that Ringo shot. Damn it! Fuck.
The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbrokers that night?
Would it be maybe the blood? Could be that one. Let's try it, I guess. Cause I got nothing else. No, I think that's right. Yeah. The evidence is in this portfolio.
What on earth have you there, counsel?
During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the jobs it's trained to do? How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? Oops. Oh, this one. What is that? Explain! It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is our credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Golly, Green Man got some skinny ass legs. If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold bandies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You aren't gonna get into them details. Down him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zieks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zieks? That the bullet fired into his back was the bullet that Gina was holding. I don't know about that, Chief. God, they didn't hit any of those. They said we didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, yes, what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder. Quite a catalogue, eh, fellows?
We're in for it now, bruv.
Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It seems the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Holmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Not me, don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. This is 8:30, bro. We gotta watch every single one of these? As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion.
Rather prodigal, I feel.
In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. Oh god. We're gonna have to do some stereoscope shit.
You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I failed to see how that would help with the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
One can only praise as the would-be criminal lingers, Your Honor. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. Hey, this a bit of fried puck, ain't it? Lady Luck loves a skulking.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin?
Must have been just after 1, right, bro? Must have been, Nash, must have been. Yeah, just go on 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storage. I don't think so. I'm going to continue to believe they probably busted in. They busted in, she grabbed the gun, was about to turn around. In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windybank. I don't think so. I say, my lord. Wonder if I'm put in a word at this point.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of May 1, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield.
Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point?
Carried on the battlefield after retirement, you see. Battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now leading a small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one. What was the ladies and gentlemen of this jury have reached an agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand?
Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct?
In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Guerra Squadron's position, sir.
What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment.
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth was as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it.
I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky.
I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
He had to, the old man had to bonk the table with his head because of his sterile gloves. Good doctor, good doctor.
It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its decision.
That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination.
Yeah, of fucking course you do. God damn it. The court grants permission.
So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising.
We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, All members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you determine the defendant to be guilty. Somebody's gonna have I'm gonna have to press the old man again. He's probably not gonna say anything. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketeen. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. Maybe that one? Definitely this guy. Probably that one too, maybe? Alright, so... The circumstance of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defense rather completely. The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. In the accused's hands, a fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. That's not the right voice. Taken from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear. Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. Which means there's more to the situation that we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Okay, so I think I'm gonna press... Okay, so I'm definitely gonna press this guy. Because he never has anything fucking good to say. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Oh, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no, even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science. So what is it that you think you've left behind? Well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I had finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. Discharge this man's medical license. That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. That's exactly my concern. And seeing as this case appears to be blowing up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Let me get her too, actually. Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pig purses, and crossmen. The scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes. That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rant's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets.
In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital.
Mr. Sholmes? A maid?
It's really quite unforgivable. Gotcha scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective.
Minor detail, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant.
A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway.
Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement.
Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. Clearly points the finger of guilt. Brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. Then you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I've left it in there, he is fucking garbage. Oh, shoot. Please tell me you're not villain Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary.
Revolutionary?
I believe there is such rumor. It's just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day, I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right. That didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time, it is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop, but they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris.
What is it, Bruno?
The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they?
Yes, it's amazing, isn't it?
In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary?
I wish I knew.
If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over.
But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone.
Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. Okay, so I think I need to pin juror 2. Pit her against this guy. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord, counsel, explain yourself.
Oh my statement, contradictory.
C-O-N. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver.
Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand.
Surely, you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen, abdomen, A, B, D. Sir? Sorry, my English still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury? What the fuck? His mouse is cute though. So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before we never done nothing, but truth is they shot detective.
Da. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. No, not the mouse! This means when they said we never talk nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault though, sir. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be Yes, it is, Bruno. Easily. Sorry? Oh my god, is she gonna... Oh. With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Ah. If you compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey... What is Cooey? Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of old times. The prince joins the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. Oh, as far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So, the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot men, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You are right. I did not understood situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Ah, hey. Yay! Well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand the new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. Yeah, I mean, nothing's... I don't know. I don't know. As far as I can tell, truly nothing changed. Yeah, I've got nothing there. In the lake of lies are many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore, I say not guilty verdict. The old man is not... He did not change his statement at all. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal steam must take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Oh, that's crazy, yeah. I heard about that. It's just, it like... It just kind of like floats around in the Marianas Trench or whatever. Is this relevant? This isn't relevant. Give me a statement about the goddamn jury. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. Yeah, fight, 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 fight. What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do! Say that again! Go on! I dare you! Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yeah. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously gonna have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, and could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before. I do! I guess this one. I think either of those would have worked. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera in Windy Banks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures that's really important. So, what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally, anyway. Oh, of course, now I see. I fucking don't. What? Oh, Iris, your eyes. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these 2 pictures from his camera, Runo. Go on. Am I gonna have to cross my eyes, bro? Come on, just do it for me. Incredible. Incredible. Try looking at the picture in 3 dimensions. I am not seeing anything. Oh, hold on. The lamp is broken. Wow, it actually wanted me to cross my eyes for that. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I would not put it past him to cross his eyes. To not cross his eyes ever. Wait, maybe not. I did notice that, but like, what does that have to do with anything? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. What does that prove? What are we doing here? But why the devil does a shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you cross-eyed master. What? Me? I have the first idea. Yeah, I don't know shit about this. I don't understand what's going on for a second. Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means they were, yeah, touched. What the hell is going on? The question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting we might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who's responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Fuck. Oh, man. Oh, man. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? I feel like it's probably these guys, right? Who's responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter? I mean, if we're trying to accuse them of lying? I mean, okay, so nothing was found stolen. Or, like, nothing was found gone. So... let's see. Ding, 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 ding. 10 pistol, blood sample, first sample, store security footage, closing argument, juror 2 and 6, store security footage, juror 3. I have those pictures. Okay, yeah, I was right. It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrase book says dukes is meaning hens and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what we were saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Hold on there a minute, you can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse, after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. Yeah, I knew that. But the accused is a pig purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, or in fact worse, than a pig purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves?
Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from this shady pair.
Thunk. Alright, we're at 2.
Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand.
Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. Yeah, let's get all of them. Well, it would seem this trial is yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this examination to conclusion with a balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury spell out consensus, and I order this trial to continue. Yay, well done. Oh, by the way. What? You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright.
Lord Van Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them.
I'm sure it won't inspire as a bouquet to do so, my lord.
God damn, Ira's short as hell.
I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Bro, it was totally those guys. We got a to be continued. I'm gonna go use the restroom. So I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. BRB. Save your current progress? Sure, I guess. What am I gonna do? Say no? I don't think so, buddy. Check this thing. 217. Gotcha. Save complete. Let's go back. Back into the thick of it. God. Naruto's already on the side, just going crazy. Alright, testimony part 2, I guess, right? I presume you're the defense counsel's summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov, I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Cool, blimey. It is gonna be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibags. Well, it was bedlam as soon as, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. How do you figure that out? You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question. And this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. Assad was pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov, we hear you. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll beach. Yeah, you dumbasses better fucking start talking. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshots, see, made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Lamy, it didn't have to give me a fright. We were thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scampered straight into him in a blag. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered upon Brockray under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't you make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windibanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Well, I mean, I guess the question is, why were you guys over there, right? Ow, do I have a fucking splinter? The hell? What was that about? Where'd I get a splinter from? Ouch, that hurt. That was annoying. Alright, we did knock a few things over. Why were you so close to the counter if you just walked in? So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, you shocked one of us that much, yeah, his bag of nerves need to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me, that granny would have woken up in that bang. Big brother, he screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, a skull, whatnot. He got tangled up in some marionette, one knocked over a picture frame, one knocked them scales on the floor.
What a racket. Me granny would have been scared back into a grave with a clatter like that.
So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise.
And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam!
Oh God, look at him go. Gregson's not even giving a testimony. He still reacted.
Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels.
No, something to add about their testimony. You seemed to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something?
It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details.
How about you just tell us what's on your mind?
As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night, and the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Hey, did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it.
Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still.
I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas?
If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to the both of them.
We'll get it right this time. That's it. Yup, it's all coming back to me now.
Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned your questionable lives, sirs.
Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we had a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!"
So I guess I can press that, right? Hold on. Hold on. What is this? He was holding a gun? You're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands?
Oh yeah, but that was a sign. I taught them to waving them guns at each other. Must have got pretty easy. Well, I mean, just before he shot out, we heard Geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant it, more of an empty threat, you could say.
Mr. Windibank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief! Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided.
Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was going to shoot by him through it. Cooked this goose proper. Bet wish he'd squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun!"
And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot.
It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing.
Yes. A career in acting very tragically missed.
Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tying the place up.
So I'm assuming I would present... Yeah, let me present this, photograph. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct?
That's it, Gov. You got the picture. Oh yes, Nash, yes, no question.
And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows then Mr. Windibank was not in possession of a firearm of any description. You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more?
Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel.
Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the table on a girl, eh?
Hardly likely.
No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence.
Am I getting penalized? Oh, so that one just didn't count for anything? Do I... Okay, let's see. See if I can't pop this open. Ooh, look at that. It's totally changed shape just from one little button press. Well, that is what the buttons for, Runo. You're just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do. Us boys, says the 10-year-old girl. Anyway, now you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you? And then when you look to the eyepiece, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. The important thing to get right is the position of 2 prints. I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. That Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. There are signs of a single discharge. Let me, I think I pressed the second stem, I didn't press this one. So, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yelling war.
If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun.
But this is the same... And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell?
Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was.
From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windibank?
On my granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was.
So, that would mean... that you both knew Mr. Windibank and the sound of his voice.
Sorry, with me, what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas?
Yes, counsel, indeed it would.
Nah. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when the folk in the fancy club is all glaring at me?
If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true.
On his granny's life, it must be.
It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize, then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear a gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor.
You make it sound like we're clumsy.
Don't forget we tidied up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. I don't know if this is gonna be different now because I pressed the other statement already, but if he's holding a gun, then there should be a third gun at the scene of the crime, no? Okay. Cooked his goose. And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. Okay, so they're gonna do this again. Korean acting, blah blah blah. Missing every single handshake. Heard that sound of someone hitting the deck before everything went dead quiet. After that, we'd done a slapdash job, tidying the place up. Stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into him in the black. Let me press this. And why should we believe that?
Well, because it's true in it. The place was totally empty when we went in.
At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accuser who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windybank. Correct?
You got it, mister. Down to a T.
So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windybank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony. What is it, Runo? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. It is nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in, and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you describe. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris. Thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. So I guess I'm just gonna press every statement then, and see if anybody reacts. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place?
Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo, me old China. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble.
And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble.
This rotten luck.
Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses. Explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter?
We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tidied the place up. Hey, sorry.
So I press that. And I press that. Let me press this, I guess? So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then?
Not on your life. It went deadly quiet after that did, put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way that was opening.
Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe.
It was, Gov, it was, from the inside. Right, so we had no way of what was going on there, did we?
Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through the keyhole, or a spy hole, perhaps.
Don't ring no bells, don't ring no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, you see, but one day... Well, will we cut the mustard?
But there was the huge thing in the door. But as we know, behind that victim was the victim's lifeless body.
It's right, Gov, it's right. Couldn't have, even if we wanted to.
What the heck?
We was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up.
If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your face.
Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, me mind went totally blank.
Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand.
Mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so they clapped the derbies on us like winking.
And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found the revolver in your possession, correct?
Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, doesn't it, eh?
They haven't had a single reaction. I could have sworn it was that one because they weren't holding a what's his name? Windibanks wasn't holding a gun. Okay, so let's see. Trespassing on a case that says press statement 2, question Tobias Gregson, present statement 3, picture of the crime scene. So is that what it is? Uh, 217. So, says press statement 2, question Tobias Gregson. Which I did. And present statement 3, picture of the crime scene. But I did that, didn't I? Oh no, it was this one. So what you're saying, that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun, is that correct?
It's it, Gov, you've got the picture. He is, Nash, he is, no question.
And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description.
You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
There can be no questions as the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as a murder weapon, something, but it was found in the victim's hand.
Yeah, that mole tool. Give me that gun. Bam! Kind of thing.
Stay exactly where you are, right there. If the crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the moments you've just pointed out.
Goodness, are you sure, counsel?
You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. There is a proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments. Couldn't it be this one? In his back? According to their testimony, the witnesses claimed to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, so we've been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw our bleeding eyes.
Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winterbeck holding a gun.
Something like that might have slipped out.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
Nash,
Yeah, get the fuck out of my courtroom. You guys are so ugly. I hate you. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you.
Am I to understand that you replace the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies?
truth is, see, we are... Cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what it'll do to us.
He? What are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There's no other option available to you.
Bruv, come on, the game's up. But you'll have our guts for garters.
In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out.
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances of the night in question.
Something like that. Do we have to?
On pain of death. I'd suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your last chance to tell the truth.
Yeah, you stupid idiots.
Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and needed to sign our relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. It was all happened, I swear.
Put these bitches in jail. I'm tired of them. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the story, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop.
Well, yes. Sorry.
Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide.
Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Put him in jail. These guys keep fucking lying. What is this, a jungle? Cause all I see are lion. Alright. Give me a gun, flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. That explains that. I pulled my gun on him, then he legged it through that door into the back room. Gonna need you to explain that one, bitch. You say you had nothing to do with it? Nothing at all.
Nothing, got nothing. The old geezer went and shot himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. Well, no, it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch.
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbrokers, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim. The cousin, Miss Gina Lestrade. Sometimes he turns French, I don't know why. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank? There could have been. God, how loud is that? That's me slapping my leg. What the fuck? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely.
It did?
What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums. 2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe. Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Runo? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from there that person could have fired the gun. The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Easy. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is where the shooter was when the bullet was fired. So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony,
I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room.
If Mr. Windibank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. But they stated that it was locked. Not that I'm defending them, fuck those guys. But they stated that the door was locked and they tried it, so the door couldn't have been open when he died. Unless... Well, Gina wouldn't have closed the door because I'm assuming she was passed out already. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winterbank. I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? Yeah, what if someone else locked the door? But, I mean, wasn't she passed out? There is someone else who could have locked the door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? It could only have been one person. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accuser deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Yes. That's a tricky one, then, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that. But of course Ginny would have locked the room. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh, yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Winterbank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Winterbank must have heard the intruders breaking into a shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accuser alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Winterbank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Winterbank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, God. We ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on. We never shoot no one.
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Winterbank's murder. But the issue still stands that the bullet that they fired was found in the wall. So the other bullet that was fired, that is in Winterbank's back, is the bullet from his own gun. So what does that... So did they grab the gun off his... Well, no, because she was holding it. What the heck? So unless one of them was shot and we don't know... Because of the bullet. He's gonna point it out. No, I know what my failing is. Shit, dude. So the only possibility that saves me now is that there was a third gun. Or a third bullet. Because the only way that this would now be plausible is if a third bullet was fired. Because then it would be one bullet in the wall, one bullet in Windibank, and one bullet in Sholmes. But if we can prove that the bullet in the wall was fired from Windibank's gun, then that makes the bullet in Windibank from the other guys. Exactly. So they're assuming that that's the one that passed through Sholmes. But if Sholmes still has a bullet in his body, then that puts the other two bullets in the air. So there's gotta be a third gun or a third bullet. There has to be. No chance. Otherwise this leads me to a dead end and it's over. Yeah, exactly. It means that the other bullet that was fired... So this is certainly a predicament, but I think we'll probably be fine. Oh, Jesus. He was so mean on that one. I'm a little hungry, so I'm gonna be munching again. But how are we gonna prove that Sholmes was, unless he wakes up and makes a grand appearance in the courtroom, which would be pretty fucking baller, I gotta say. Yeah, it also doesn't help that there's literally a picture of her holding the gun. Ah! The blood on the disc is gonna match the blood on the wall. Damn. He's really trying to put a 15-year-old girl in high security prison. Meanwhile, we have a refugee in our midst. This is suspicious. Yeah, that's right, Van Ziegs. Get his ass. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Yup, there's blood. Spray it. It's green. We absolutely did notice it before. Spray it. It's green. Green? Oh, what did I say? So now we have the presence of a third body. Does it say who? No, we know, we know. Oh, fuck. I keep thinking Sholmes is gonna burst through the door and we're gonna have, like, new evidence or something. No! Alright, fine. I'll do it again. I will summation examination all of you until my bitter end. There's another thing that I'm certain of, and it's that Eggert Benedict was there at the scene of the crime for some reason or another. And we're doing it again, baby. God, could you imagine? You could extend court for an indeterminate period of time just by constantly doing this every time anything happened. What does that have to do with the case, Mr. Refugee? She's gonna shoot him. She's gonna be like, stop being mean. Bang! Fruity indeed, my guy. Alright, let's see. Mm-mm. 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 Bro, get this fucking juror out of here. He doesn't know anything. He operated on Sholmes. Not Sholmes. Oh, okay, so it was Sholmes. But if the bullet vanished from his stomach, then that means that we're out. I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So it did pass through him then. Yeah. That's the obvious thing, but... Oh, there's no exit wound. Huh. So you just cut them all together. Cut them up into a bunch of different little pieces. Where's an expert when you need one? Lucky for you, sir. I like that the mouse also reads. Very cute, very cute. But there was... So I'm assuming there was actually an entrance wound, right? Or maybe it just grazed him. This guy's just documenting his entire escape from Russia. Grazed him, right? Ah. So it hit something else? So for him, it probably... Well... Then they would have found something else in his body. Shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Nowhere with ice around. Runo. Where exactly was Hurley shot again? In his stomach, sort of around this area. So what, he just got hit? He just got hit in the pouch and it was like the force that hurt? What the hell? If I may. Why does he have the pouch? How did he know that this was gonna be relevant? Okay, so the bullet's definitely gonna be in there. Bring me the pouch. Yep, there it is. One of them's broken. So the glass went into his body? And it was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into the wall of the shop. So the bullet in the wall is still the one that was fired at him, or what?
I'm a little confused now.
Because, I mean, fact of the matter is still that that bullet is still the bullet. So the issue stands. What is this bulge? Homemade potions. I don't know about that. What? That's incredible science. Okay, so that explains why it exploded. There's the bullet! I knew that bulge had a purpose. Overlook it, I will not, my friend. Whoops. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although... yes? Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Guess what? There is! Allow me to show you then. The 3rd bullet. Literally. We discovered it just now. Yes. On the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night?
Yes. As your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print.
So was that bullet from earlier? Then there must have been a 3rd gun. Yeah, so there's gotta be a 3rd gun. And since the blood on the disc and the blood on the wall are the same, Egbert Benedict must have been there at some point. But then the question is why? And also, when? Oh. Okay, so the question of when is answered because the calendar was already on the 16th and he always changes it at midnight. So it must have been when everyone else was also there. So that answers the question of when, which means Egbert Benedict was there with the other two. Yes, which then leads us into Egbert Benedict was shot by either Windibank or Gina. Whoever was holding the gun at the time was shot. Bullet pierced him, splattered his blood on the wall. The bullet stayed there. Then I'm assuming Benedict probably had a gun of his own. And that's why he's not here. So, Egbert got shot, chased him down, killed Windibank through, like, the window in the door, and left. Then the Skulkin brothers cleaned up the scene of the crime, and then when we entered, they shot their bullet at us, which hit Sholmes's pouch, but did not pierce him. Yep. He had a secret accomplice who also had his own gun. And I know exactly who it is. What's your defense, huh? Where was he? Shut up, you think so too. Yeah, and there'll be a third. I like to imagine that, like, under his like counter or table or whatever, he's just got like cases of wine, of bottles of wine, and cases of like these cups. I got you, bro. Ask and you shall receive, bestie. Yep. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is ready to present answers. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. Yup. Bro, it's easy. Come on, give me the options already. What proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? I went too far. Blood samples, baby. The portfolio's godlike, bro. Suggests that a third intruder was present. It's gonna be this one again. But if you look at the actual picture, it's blood. We sprayed it with juice. It was Bigfoot. Bigfoot committed the crime. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change color. Different elements of people's blood. It's the 1800s. I don't think they understand the composition of blood yet. This guy's obsessed with dimensions. Go study theoretical physics. Yup, Mr. Windibank. Blue. The green color of the bloodstain shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Negative. Because the calendar was already changed. I'm on it, bro. I'm killing it. I know this shit. So they were all together. Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact. Whose identities a court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged said intruder? Egbert Benedict. Oh, Eggert, sorry. That's not his real name, though, right? Yes. And that's his blood on the thing. Then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Oh God, he looks so much angrier than I remember him. Damn, back when he was still alive. Or maybe he just killed him because he was afraid he knew too much. It's true, it's true. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. At 11 a.m. Yes, sir. I do. They're gonna sweat in bullets. I've never seen the geezer before in my life. All my life, Gav, and my life, never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. I can. Let me at him. Let me at him. I know exactly what it is. Blood samples again. And it's gonna be the... Wait, hold on. Blood samples again. It does, actually. Claret. Enough. The court demands to see further evidence. And I'll show it to you, bitch! Relax! Which blood sample proves the man you identified was the one shot by the third bullet? Right here, baby! As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks, which is when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession. No? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, here's a disc for you. Very well. Wow, I didn't even notice the ripped seam when he did that. That's right. We have his blood. Being a music box disc, those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. A blood stain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the blood stain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, we added the results to this portfolio. So if you'll take a fucking gander at it, let us... Juror number 5. Why wasn't she doing... Stop. Stop. Tap, 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 stop. We still don't know who AG is, also. The initials on his cane. AG. 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 It's not ringing any bells. This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of the law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical person in the highest court of the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made as placing are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Yo! And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Holmes's word for it. I feel like it... Wait, what? Good grief! What did you just say, young girl? And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? Yeah, get shit on, Van Zeeks. My 10-year-old girl is smarter than you'll ever be. When she said Father Christmas, I thought she was talking about Juror 4, the surgeon.
After that shrewd précis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion.
This is absurd.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please. Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
No.
Guilty? That's the first time we've seen a mix like that.
Wah, wah, wah. 2 called guilty and 4 called not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with a judgment for the guilt of something.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue.
Got him.
But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. The name the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false.
Who's talking? Oh, she knows him.
What have you to say, madam?
If possible, Inspector. Me, ma'am. I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown.
Ah, right, yes. This one, you mean, of Mr. Benedict. That's her dad.
Her lover. God, now she has to be removed from the jury because now she's biased. What does that have to do with anything? The gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also, a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communications station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. What doesn't seem right? I suppose we all imagine the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day and whatever he gets up to at night. Yeah, I suppose that's it. Suppose that's why I felt like something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbroker and the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Damn, we getting somewhere. $12:41. Imagine it just makes us wait like an actual real life hour. Oh yeah, Gina's here. Gina's just been here like waiting this whole time. She hasn't been called out for a witness. She hasn't been called out for any. But I suppose that's a good thing, because if she hasn't been called out for like witness or for like testimonies or anything, then that means the focus is elsewhere, which means it most likely wasn't her. Tell us what was going on in that, though. I still think you're innocent, for sure. Because I know those other two fuckers did it. And the third guy, too. You don't gotta say anything, girl. I know exactly what happened. I know this shit like the back of my hand now. So she went to the pawnbroker to try and find the thing. She threatened him to try and get in. He resisted, and then people broke in. They shot at them, shooting one of them in the shoulder, and then ran to the back, where he was killed, and then they locked it. Although, that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbanks. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wit, and that's when... She just grabbed the gun, probably. Yup. So I was a little bit wrong. She just got scared and grabbed the gun. Oh, so I wonder if he just let her in voluntarily. What I want, what would I do with it anyway? I just want to say it's his, or... Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if someone's really pond it or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Yeah, so he showed it to her willingly. People broke in. He tried to defend her, defend them both. He tried to save both their lives and was killed in the process. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out and me and bit of a shot. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, we'll all come with you, and... Absolutely not. Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out in the shop. She heard probably one gunshot, and then he ran back in, got shot on the way in, and then she locked the door. Jesus, poor girl. She's 15. She's seen 2 deaths happen right next to her. Oh no. Wonderbank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden. Kinda dizzy. After that, I don't remember nothing. Yeah, because she passed out. If I hadn't done what I'd done, old Cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Course I did, but I didn't believe a word of it, did they? What I said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Runo's about to put the real culprit through the mill. You're goddamn right I am. I Cove what was it in the afternoon? Egger Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me. Like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. He's the killer, bro! No question. How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, if you've forgotten what happened here before, come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilda, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got a bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working at getting on a kill off the hook for all you know. I'm not, though. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Sorry, dude, it was your fucking dad. So sorry. Your dad's dead. People thought I killed him. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking. Surely, he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But, I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. Two gays. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. Oi, saying, I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no good liar. You're not like McGilded. I know that. That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. And it's really all we need to know. Mr. Nero Odo, Yeah, that's right. We're having a moment, bailiff. Shut up. That took an hour? That short little conversation took us an in-game hour? I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too. Aibo! How did that take an hour? How did that short little conversation take an hour? How slow do we talk? I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's précis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. Huh. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me, a very big mistake. Oh. Are we gonna get his real name, or are we just gonna keep referring to him as Mr. Egbert Benedict? What's your name? But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Stop that. But if he was shot, he's moving awfully blithe. He's moving awfully lively for somebody who's shot. Trying to see any semblance of a wound on him at all, but I don't see anything. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by the self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and a great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel, and proceed with a cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict, or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are Runosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So, still not seeing any bullet wounds on this guy. Still not seeing any bullet wounds on this guy. I don't know, man. We have the proof. We are. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical, spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now in the realm of fairy tales, are we? What do you have to say, bitch? Mr. Skulkin number 1? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Hey, call blimey, governor, you what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? My thoughts? Oh, I don't have none of them. It must have been him. Yo, you what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. On your scav. Or I was just thinking if it waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. Oh. Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was wounding for him and... Oh. Eels, bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems, on account of your injured arm. My lord.
Yes, Mr. Graydon.
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. I'm gonna invade your privacy when I throw you in jail, bitch. I've never had anything to do with a pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbeck's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel.
Continue with your testimony, Mr. Grayson. Mr. Graydon, so sorry. Doink. Oh, shoot. We don't have that picture. I thought that picture got added. What the fuck? Oh, man. Give me that picture. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to finish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Back me up, Gregson! Hey, come again, Sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now... I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something I don't. Grayson, you fucking worthless little shit!
Indeed. And the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Exactly. Which proves that Mr. Graydon was on the shop in the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Runo? I think he's the fucking bullshit liar. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Winterbanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know, a tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Eat my music disc! Oh, eat my music disc. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes. Resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must, Mr. Graydon. Show me your thumbs. Put your thumbs up. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. That's right. Hide your hand. Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. I'll be the judge. There's a note on the disc saying former gilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused of that filthy guttling on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Except to kill him. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord! Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order! I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibank's. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibank's in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Proof? The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused at the filthy guttling on the day in question. Proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded. Something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side, too. Where are you going with this, Van Zieks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermaths of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Hooty hoo! The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. Damn, there's a little bit of tension over there. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all that he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to testimony. Gladly, my lord. Oh, yeah. One small box. This disc was deposited in Windibanks on Magnus McGilded instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit a pawnbroker again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fella needed the small box that very night, does it? It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Would you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zieks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Yes, sir. Uh-huh. Like eyes. Mm-hmm. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April.
The victim said at a very, certainly very full shop, it seems.
And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
I see. So we have two pictures to compare. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Add those to the court record. I'm seeing some motion. What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere?
Use a piece of evidence.
Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify discrepancy between the two parts?
This thing! To view the two prints stereoscopically. Oh, this guy's God. This guy's a little too into it. I think this guy needs to get arrested. Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. That's not what I expected. I expected the big blue box in the middle.
You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? Is that it? Is that the small box? He looks so funny. Yeah, so I don't know. What, in like the 2 hour, or in the 3 hours between? But if that were the case, then there should be pictures in the middle that show that it's gone, right? McGilded's box wasn't stolen. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. Does it? How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windy Banks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Van Zeeks is pissed. This guy's pissed too, because he knows he's about to get found out. It's over. I don't remember if I took my fiber gummies today. I don't think I did. I don't think there's anything bad about taking too many. Honestly, I could eat these fiber gummies like fucking candy, dude. They taste like fruit candy. They taste like fruit gummies. So good. I love it. I know that if I ate the whole thing, I probably would never stop pooping, but listen, for a flavor like that, I'd do it. So I propose a toast to my learned friend in his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society ponder were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. It's because these guys still think McGilded was a good person. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Oh, fuck, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Oh god, what do we do? Yeah. A great opportunity? For what? Well, what is it you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Something that only Gina can explain to the court, but if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. So did they actually, is someone gonna bring that music box back? Doink. Let's lollygag, let's drag some time out. While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilden's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilden, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information regarding them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question for once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing and indeed your own. Oh, he knows. He knows damn well what's going on. Imagine if somebody actually did this in, like, real life court. Dude, everyone would be terrified. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Remember when I thought that was gonna be her dad or something? I was so silly. I was such a fool. A buffoon, if you will. We should bring back the jurors from the was it the first one? No, not the first one. Our first one in London. So the second one? No, second one was the boat. So the third one. What was the fourth case? So that entirely was not true, that we know this now. Ding 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 ding. What the fuck? I just squirted some hand sanitizer into my hand, and it, like, oozed out like a chunk of what looks like blockage. That's so fucking disgusting. What?
Oh, no, what you mean? I already said all I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. I'm trying to help you! She's just yelling in the middle of a courtroom. I don't know where all this goop came from. I'm disgusted. Oy. This is relevant, I promise. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony for the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. Don't roast her, dude. She was going through something. Alright, so she's just gonna go off.
Truth is, that brickmaker Co was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that bear on the roof went off the quarter slopes. It's when McGildy slipped the driver some 10 to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. I threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard.
And was that hard?
As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived his court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in the trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely unacceptable.
No, not just like the pickpocket. We were not all in on it together. I had literally just touched down in London that day. What do you want me to do? It's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilda's Pond's articles have yet to be brought to light.
Oh, I'm signing up.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruto. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Cross-examining my own client.
Let's see, when the Irishman dragged me out front of the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden I heard a scream. I'm actually... run to the pawn shop. You threatened me not to snitch. Let's see. Threatened you how, exactly? Told me I'd only be able to escape if I did exactly what you say. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... I told me that thing on the ticket from the pawn shop. And make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Say if I didn't show to get a ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug. Stop it from being forfeited. I left me with some breast to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilden have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilden had the driver deposit at Winterbank was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. She's probably pissing her pants up there. Pressure on every statement? What the hell? I didn't even notice that. Question them. You were hiding in the cabin at the time as well. So as soon as it goes back to her, I'm gonna go pursue them. What are you guys talking about over there? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon. Boy, mate, you trying to give me a heart attack? We've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Think again, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of the disso so rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking the entire time we've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Yes, sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about? Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please. Did he tell you what the disc was? Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? Oh no, but McGilda picked it up pretty smartish, and he sat a coat and a knife on his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I saying to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that night too. And he started me asking a load of questions. Like what my name was, where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed? Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. Doink. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. Ish, right? They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed that Cove with a knife in his guts. We screamed, driver pulled out our horses, and McGilda got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back on the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, I took Cove from the roof and ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear as they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe.
The cold man.
A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
What did McGilda and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened, or stuff like that, mainly.
This one, McGilda slipped the driver's intent to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout.
That pawn shop obviously being Winterbeck's on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zix.
McGill took off his coat and gave it to the driver. They folded it up all carefully before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it got to be worth a few bob.
Yes, was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, was he? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGill flashed a brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. And a boy trotter called me and told me I'd come out from a Drake's cabin.
Is this gonna say the same thing? Yeah, this is the same thing. So we did all that. Okay, so I pressed all their statements. Do I really have to press all of them? What am I missing? Did I press this one? Maybe I didn't press this one. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly when the parties involved began to quarrel over price. McGilder took what he wanted by force at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilder's coat and his contents were due to be forfeit. I don't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, a coat dollar right after this trial, I knew that. Oops. Well, why not, eh? I want to go before forfeit, why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for anything about it, I ain't on crime. Mr. Strider, would appear Mr. McGilder was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Well, I ain't got a clue. I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass, he was probably going to sell it.
I can't blame you for thinking it. I think it ain't no crime. Nice! The mysterious little box, deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Final section! Part 4, baby! It's a weird looking box. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with a pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago, and on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. It's a music box. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Play it! Play it! Play it! But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom. There's some silly bit of music. Oops. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Take off the paper, you freaks! Morse code. Yeah, isn't that Morse code? Yeah, this is for sure Morse code. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. Mr. Graydon, this really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. It's not. He's lying. He knows damn well what it is. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? It's a clue. And it's not music. It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously,
The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's what's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh! Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's code! Put me on Scotland Yard. I'm gonna take Gregson's position. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Hee, making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind. Because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. I do know what the answer is. It's Morse code, bro. Come on. Let me eat him. Let me eat him. Give me the option. Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If the assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest vile speculation. Alright then. Join all the dots together? You mean like Morse code? Today's paper, counsel. The headline is Hornbroker perishes in pickpockets plunder. Highly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code? I'm a fucking genius. Get this shit away from me. I'm the smartest bitch in this room. Tell her to decode it, bro. She knows Morse code. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill perished, as the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilda would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Yeah, get his ass. You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. Show us your arm. Show me where you got shot, stupid. Maybe like this? This might be better. Delighted, I'm sure. The witnesses are reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank, that being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. For the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. Who the fuck was that? Oh God. Where did they put Gina? Why are they introducing themselves again? I feel like they singled him out as their older brother simply because he has a mustache. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is breaking it again for the other night like what we told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. Skulkin. Why, Mr. O'Doul, Governor? What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did! Yeah, get his ass. White people don't deserve anything. Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. Your little rotter getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. And what about the geese whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Whatever those men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceeding. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court as evidence. Let's see, what does he have to say? Prove it. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be. Is that my learned friend is unfamiliar with this Morse code? I'm not 300 fucking years old. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes. A short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. For example, this is A. This is B. These are right. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. No, it's two dots for a dash. You guys are fucking dumb. Let me in there. Get me in there. Get me in this courtroom. I'm gonna ruin this man's life. I know exactly what it is! Would it really have been possible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you, in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear that defense is something going forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? You are all the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever met. Press it. Boink. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. How are you supposed to use this? You would have to like hold the box up so that both discs could play at the same time. Because if you open both top and bottom, there's no way that you can set it anywhere. It's also not the case. It's if you listen to it, it's just two dots for a dash. So, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the card with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the cards that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGill did 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Grayton. Is this another testimony or is this the same one? Oh yeah, it was. Or it's the same one, rather. Oh, wait. Press the wrong button. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah.
Who else, eh? Silly me thought it was just popping over for an hour after all the years, but I had a dodgy job fast. Ish. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? What a sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's in old China. What the fuck do you have to say? Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now and his fancy whistle and photo, you wouldn't have Adam and Navy. But when we was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. Oh, he had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what had never gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? And was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
They brought up Milverton though, and Milverton is the brick guy. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. That's right. Let's see. Milverton and Skulkin. Press? I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
So it was just a job. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? The name. Tell me about Milverton. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right. I thought
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well...
It weren't the happiest homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon, didn't she? But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, Your communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Yeah, get set it on, stupid! Well, it would appear that you were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Ugh.
It is, on both counts. Change his name to Milverton. So what, do I present the bank guy, the brick guy now? But what was that guy's last name? Present him with the evidence from the last trial. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say... Saints alive!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ooh, got his ass. That's right. That's the truth.
I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
Ooh. I wonder if this guy killed him then. Oh, AG stands for Ashley Graydon. Okay, so that is his cane. Wait, but there was no second disc. He asked for it, and it wasn't there. So, the question that actually begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious. Because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Ah, I see. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? Refuse to accept it or not. It doesn't matter if it's the truth. You stupid bitch. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around around Herlock Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar in the wall. Mr. Graydon, and that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine. I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Enjoy my fruity little dance. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms that we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! Show us your gun, idiot! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you! What the hell is that? Oh. You go spray his arm. Prove that it's green. Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Okay, but we know that this guy's a shitty guy, so no one's gonna accept his testimony. No chance, dude. You will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. But I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. I'm gonna shoot you down, bitch. This is reparations. While these ruffians were jostling with a broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Except she didn't. Nope, sixth statement. She still had the gun, so she didn't throw it out. You're stupid. You're done. You're done! Far from it. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. We don't have the coat. But we do have blood samples. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. So they can identify blood, but they can't identify whose it is? Yeah, there's a lot of blood. But I guess there's no way to testify to that. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with a cross-examination. It's okay, because we can still just incriminate him. If we can get this guy, and then the blood, we can explain later. It's gonna be fine. I know exactly what you want, bitch. Cute. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? Over where, exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Floaty told us to tidy up. He thinks he's a bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket? What the hell is going on here? Gentlemen. Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey, this day's a bit of a hole again, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention a third gun when we got you down a station?
And why didn't you?
Cause, why don't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole in the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rank sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you this, they give me the wheelies.
That was strange. Yeah, you're goddamn right it was. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any... I do? What the hell? Why would she have 2 guns in there? Buffoonery. That's what this is, buffoonery. Imagine if there was like actually a timer in this. That'd be so scary. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular motor-mounted burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you were saying when you say you were near the entrance to this shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. The broker went for Nash in the first place, then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled my gun on the old fat, and that soon made him scarper.
The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you.
Sorry, Gov.
That was when you were shot? Oh, yeah, actually, I wonder how long it takes for a bullet wound to naturally, like, scab over. Cause that's a pretty aggressive wound, I would say. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. As he was trying to flee to safety? What the hell do you mean? She's 15. Where's she gonna get a fucking gun from? You people are stupid. Could you imagine in the 1800s, 15-year-olds can just have guns? Blasphemy. BS, I call it. Oh, fuck. The blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. The extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. No way, dude! There's so much blood on it. That's not a gunshot wound. The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this community. Oh God, are we gonna get another one? Juror number 6 is going through it. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness says, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accuser who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. It's not! Shut the fuck up! Listen to me for 1 goddamn second! No. No, you're all pieces of shit! God, do I really have to do another summation examination so quickly? Well, it would appear that ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Officer? You've delivered the report now. That would be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Is that Herlock? Am I going mad? Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Look at his fruity little pose.
Order! Order! Order!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Having spent so long already... Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Yeah, shut the hell up, Gregson. Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes. Is he just gonna chill with me behind the thing now? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Oh, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. In oversight on my part, but... Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A leaving present from Miss Usato. From Miss Usato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions, but she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this little thing. Those are the dear lady's instructions. What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made. The cat doorifier. It's my latest invention. The cat flapplemat. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. She did say that. You're not! You take that back! Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when we left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. She made the peephole? Sean's just gonna pass out right behind us. Okay, bye. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. but any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. But it would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Ooh, damn, did he plan that? He was just outside the door listening? It's not. They voted too early. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further, my lord. Spooky! Damn. He held out just enough for that. Is he on the ground? Is his model there? I guess we can't tell. Looks like it's not. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever, either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? You goddamn right I am. Or Susato. Oh, okay, there we go. This is gonna decide the entire outcome of the trial. Alright. Let's see. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Ooh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for cutting so-called cat flaps. Small doors for... I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fear to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place.
That's right.
According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Scholes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting there's a peephole in the door was... Yes. It was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst fully being aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting a man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, then there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Get his ass. I have pictures of the door. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? He's pissed. He's like, fix my fucking door! This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. The cat flaps my cat flap-o-matic creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. I have pictures, bitch. Nope. Let me talk. Let me talk. I know what I'm doing.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windy Bank's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
This is correct. What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Yusato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel?
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Yeah, get his ass. Mr. Graydon. Oh, I gotta stop reading for a second so I can take this quiz, or so I can take this I've been doing computer. Not at all. What did you do? Routine activity, moderately. Oops. There it is. But more importantly,
Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks?
the defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something that you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What? This is provocative talk, counsel. Want to enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They showed that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about, namely the peephole. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pond articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that, I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Gregson, how dare you? You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed. Preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Grayson would have no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That would he have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he receives the information so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. The only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Which means the first time these two laid eyes on each other was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view on the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Except it totally did. They were literally having a discussion. Yeah, they were just chatting. What, they think we wouldn't notice? You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. I know exactly what it is. Joining all the dots, baby. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding aura could... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windybanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized it was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely
Surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. One jail, one fired, and maybe jail. Damn, dude.
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached his alleged deal with caution. Sadly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No. He would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Oh shit. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsley hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector?
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any thoughts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal affairs, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service, this trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, counsel. You know the implications. So let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist on formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Yes. The defense formally demands a search be conducted.
Well,
don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Oh, Jesus Christ, I got scared. I thought I chose the wrong thing. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. You're taking it too easy. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Am I? Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, his court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the same things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Ah, fuck. It's one of the other guys. It's one of these dudes. mean, it's gotta be this guy, right? Because he's right next to him. Let's see. Gotta make sure. That guy. Yeah, Tobias or Nemi. And now it wants me to get Nemi, so it's this guy. Nash. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, it has to object to this search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a moment. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no desk. Cut it out! Got his ass. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. Gregson, you fucked yourself. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Gregson. You're better than this. How dare you? Gordon Bennett, I mean just Gordon Flaming Bennett. I swear they know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and Inspector Gregson, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes. During my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. When Mr. Graydon was answering my question, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did, you know. Tommy Nogan was gonna fall clean off, I did. Boy, I was wishing I'd be born as my brother I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? Oh, I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me a whistle like that. He started shaking me. Why the place didn't cement on the third gun when we got you down at the station? That's what he said. Yeah, I wrote down my ear, all he did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Oh, bless my wig. He hid it? You... But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. However, not. As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush. Hush hush. A top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that government were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be... problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Yup. Yup. It's over for him. Jail. Jail for this guy. Fired for the other. I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with a detective? All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public in this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Yikes. Uh-oh. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. I'm gonna present against Gregson. Inspector Gregson. There's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. Present the music box.
Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box, Counsel?
Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc, Counsel?
Yeah, you don't want it, huh?
No, wait, I can't let you do that.
Why not?
Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with a witness?
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Inspector, you should know my message by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the courtroom... Ah, you stand it up like that. Well, that makes sense. I was a little foolish. This is less comprehensible than the first disc. Gregson. How could you? Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with a witness next to you in this stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were still here on the stand together, that's when he approached me with a deal.
Shut up, you imbecile.
Shut up!
Yikes. So you took a deal, ended up getting discovered, and now you're also gonna lose your job. So I just accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windbank. Dead. He's gonna kill him. Fuck, bro. What a case. That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth. Born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need do is go along with me little plan now. Damn, McGilded masterminded so much shit for fucking nothing. Just to die. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you're committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. Oh, and then McGill did what? Killed him because he knew? It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. Huh. For why was it that on the omnibus to your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the first 1,000 guineas, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Did he suspect that it was just gonna go wrong, or what? Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Nice sob story, idiot! I don't care! Go to jail! It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Oh! Oh! He killed him. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That child 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. So he killed him. That's what I'm assuming. However, the question is, did Strongheart know? Was I assigned to his case because Strongheart knew? But Strongheart did say that there was no way I could lose. So I feel like he knew to some extent. So this guy was hired. Oh my god, what an this case just keeps going. Was hired. An imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes. I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. Bro, this trial is bonkers in fucking yonkers. And tell the fiend the watchword? Professor or what? Oh no, this is a different one. Holy shit, dude. So he had both of them in there. Yeah. Because one disc was in the overcoat pocket. The second was in the music box. So both were just hidden in there, just in separate places. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. Man. This used to be a mobile game. So he grabbed that, put it back. Yep, so there's the third gun. Yikes! Every murder that's been in this one, except I guess now McGilded, has been an accident. Oh, and I guess also the first one. The first one was a planned murder. First one was a planned murder. Second was an accident because she pushed him. Third one, now we know, is also a planned murder. Fourth one was also an accident, and now this one was also technically an accident. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Jail! Jail for 1,000 years! Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yeah, you better be, and it better be right. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court. Dong, 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 dong. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Mr. Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGillard's property, it seems. Jesus. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession, one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of 2 different notes. I'm pretty sure the first one was Morse code. I think they're Morse code by themselves. I'm pretty sure each one is Morse code by itself. And it's just, like, a series of them. Because it was... I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. It's just how life goes. Gina. I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Well, it's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Mr. Strahd never gracing my courtroom with a presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. On multiple other charges, though, presumed guilty. Don't... Alright, sure, I guess. I feel like you shouldn't be shooting that in close quarters, but pop off, I guess. That is all. Court is adjourned. Oh, fuck. God. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the crime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened, exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer whether you like it or not. Alright. Then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. Is all as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever is before, see? Kept the promise, I mean, properly. It's awful. Sweet girl. I hope she comes and lives with, like, the, I hope she comes and lives with, like, Iris and, Sholmes. Ouch. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so, don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. Well, I suppose. I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Oh God. We're both having our own individual moments. But what the deuce does a man have to be, what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here? It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said, when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Yes, it was me all along. You see? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed, I was. But I managed to escape again. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who's tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strahd? While you've been even a snoozing in our soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood that it did. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, I have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd. Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what ought, right? I knows what people are like on his side. So he won't have got a wrong end of stick. Now, some cows like that bog trotter will rot into the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own line and into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't. A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. I just give a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt... Ah, shit. It's close enough. There you are, Hurley. How have you been? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room just as a bailiff, but these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be more careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was again? Breaking, entering, taking a bog shot of stuff what wasn't allowed. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is your main offense. But don't even ain't no offense. It's a job, Bennett. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. Well, I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, though? Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them look like me from a slum. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Damn, she's straight up going to prison. Damn. We're supposed to have a happy ending where she gets to go home with us and start a good, wholesome life. And now she's going to jail? I'm gonna bail her out. What was that for? Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well, say it. Thanks, Odo. Oh.
Thank you for everything what you done, for believing in me. I hope she comes back in the second game. I like her. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Are we gonna get a fast forward? Are we gonna get a little bit of a epilogue? Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pig purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper from outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Ugh, not again. Well, what do you say, Runo, Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Welcome to London, I guess. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. How's that bad news? Who do you think I am, Mr. Narhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station early and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does! I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary! Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for, then? To London, Victoria! That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. You said by a day or more. 4 a.m.? She should still be here. Oh, she's massive! Look at the size of her! Jesus! What? So we're gonna yuck that bitch into the sea? Mr. Naruto, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me.
How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. She stole it? Oh my god. She straight up pickpocketed a whole machine. It's true. Oh my god. That's crazy. I started to think that doors started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flapper-mat to make the peephole in the door. It's captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruto's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to, nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? Damn. So she really did just... Holy shit, dude. She feels bad about it, but she made the biggest brain play in this entire case. Damn. So she kept it from me, just like Kazuma and I kept me from her. Yep. If we didn't have that peephole information, it would have been over. It would have been pretty bad. I want to see a little family photo of them. Written in cipher. Morse code in cipher? What? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Means something? Asugi was the name of my best friend. I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written down in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English, at least. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code. Whoa! I didn't know that. It's crazy. What? God, she really just does know everything. What does it say? What does it say? Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. The first is Kei Asugi, Kazuma Asugi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregerson. A. Shin. And the last name is me. Jay Wilson! A. Shin. Who's A. Shin? That is all 4, and that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! You gotta! The longer you keep it from her, the more it's gonna hurt! What an insane turn of events! What is the meaning of that paper? It's gonna take her at least 100 days. 50 days there, 50 days back. So that's at least 100 days. She's probably gonna stay there for like a month, maybe, or probably like a month. So, what, 130 days? She's gonna be gone for like 4.5 months. Amine. Oh, I thought it froze.
これでなるほど龍之介最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ
I like these. It feels kind of like Professor Layton almost. I don't know why. I've never played Professor Layton, but it feels like it. Oh, Iris's backpack is a little bear. Damn, I wonder who the main character is. Trials and Tribulations? Like Ace Attorney 2? Da-da-da-da-da-da. What? I could never bring an instrument that close to the water. I'd be so scared of dropping it. Could have had one more, but he's dead. Ah, yes. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Oh, my fault? He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? What is this? Credits? Oh yeah. Bro, Shu Takumi does not miss. I do kind of want to skip that, yeah. What is this? Oh, wait. Claire... Oh, no. Maybe not. These, I think, are the... Yeah, these are, I think, the American voice actors. I thought for a second it was like Japanese characters spoke Japanese and English actors or English characters spoke English. But never mind. I take it back. There's a dope pick. Just two besties. History will say they're friends. Nice. So this just puts me at the end. All right. Oh, jeez. What a great game. So, I will update everyone later today, probably, on whether or not I'll stream tomorrow. And then I should be back on Monday, probably, with either the rest of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, or I've been really craving, or I've been really, like, itching to play Twilight Princess. So I might play Twilight Princess. So we'll see how that goes. I hope I can play Twilight Princess, because I, for some reason, have just been itching for it. But yeah, thank you to everyone for tuning in. I know this one was a long stream. If I had done this all together, it would have been another 10-hour stream, like the ending cases of all the previous Ace Attorney games.
But thank you to everyone for tuning in today. Appreciate your support as always, and I'll see you all next time, which is vague, but that's intentional. We'll see what happens. I'll let you guys know, and I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.